To the Board of Administration. And my first order of business is roll call, please.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Malia Cohen.
Present.
Michael DeToy.
Here.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Yvonne Walker.
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Excused. All right. With that, I have asked Jose Luis Pacheco to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody stand. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, everybody. Good Tuesday morning. Thank you all for being here. I want to talk about April is Diversity Month. And I can't think of a better way to celebrate than to acknowledge a special achievement that has been bestowed on 3 individuals at CalPERS. Anton Orlik, Managing Investment Director for Private Equity. Mike Silva, Associate Investment Manager, and our CEO, Marcy Frost. Each of them has been named to the Power 100 list for their work in advocating for greater diversity and inclusion in the alternative asset management industry. The Power 100 list was created by Blueprint Capital Advisors to shine a spotlight on investment organizations, professionals, and investors that have made significant impacts in the investment industry by narrowing societal gaps related to wealth, health, education, and other areas important to all of us. Anton, Mike, Marcy were among 60 allocators recognized for embracing the importance of diversity in the investment industry and in our investment portfolios. So on behalf of the board, congratulations and thank you for your ongoing commitment to diversity and inclusion. So at this point, I want to take a moment of personal privilege and recognize a veteran CalPERS team member who will be leaving us at the end of the week, Dan Bienvenu. And Dan, I remember when I first got here and I was picking your brain in the board chambers and asking for advice. He's our Deputy Chief Investment Officer for Capital Markets and is leaving CalPERS after nearly 21 years of service. He is starting the next chapter of his career at General Atlantic as a managing director, leading the firm's capital solutions initiatives for pension plans. Dan has been a familiar face in this auditorium as he has held several leadership roles since joining us in September of 2004. He was interim chief investment officer twice, served concurrent roles as the interim chief operating investment officer and deputy chief investment officer total portfolio, as well as managing investment director of global equity. Dan, you've been an exceptional leader, trusted colleague, and a driving force behind our investment strategies, always working to ensure the financial security of our members. So could you join me on stage? And I'm going to present you with the resolution. Congratulations on behalf of the board and the staff and CalPERS. We want to thank you for your service to CalPERS. And thank you. Have a great career, new career. This was a long career, so thank you very much. Oops, I know it's hard to.
Thank you all.
Again, Dan, thank you very much. We wish you the best. I was looking for you yesterday already, and you weren't here, so we're already going to miss you. And with that, I will turn this over to Marcy Frost for her CEO report.
Thank you, President Taylor, and good morning, everyone. Because we are long-term investors, we typically don't focus too intently on the events of any given day or week. But even so, I want to briefly comment on the events of the past 2 weeks, where we've seen global financial markets respond swiftly and overall negatively to policy decisions made by the US government. It's the kind of market disruption that has impacts for investors, small and large, including CalPERS. But before I go any further, let me speak directly to our CalPERS retirees and their beneficiaries. Your pension is safe. Even in challenging times, CalPERS has more than enough liquidity to make the monthly payments that you rely upon. The promise made to you and your family does remain intact. What we are focused on is the potential long-term impact. It may not be felt overnight, but it's no less serious. In just 76 days, we will close the books on the current fiscal year. Our standing policy is to earn an investment return of at least 6.8% over the previous 12 months. Meeting that standard is important. It's the foundation of contribution rates set for our employer partners, local governments, schools, and state government, and for PEPRA members, it impacts your contributions as well. We've worked hard in recent years to reduce the system's unfunded liability, the gap between assets and obligations, both now and into the future. Even in the best of times, it can be challenging to meet expectations. Investors always assume some level of risk, and global economies expand or contract for a variety of reasons. But we must prepare for the possibility that current events here in the US could have a serious impact on our investment returns as of June 30th and into the fiscal year that begins after that. On the day before the tariffs went into effect, our estimated market value was almost $532 billion. Within a week's time, the value dropped by some $26 billion. Recent events have moved the numbers around a bit more, but the overall trend during all of this has been one of decline. Almost every day has brought a new development in the market's reaction to the president's tariffs. There have been several different explanations for what the tariffs are trying to achieve and varying guidance on their size and their scope. But our investment team believes that the larger and more widespread these tariffs are, the more drag there may be on GDP and more increase in prices. And it feels as though a recession is now a real risk for the economy, posing substantial challenges. This isn't a time to panic. I hope you understand that I'm being reassuring in this way, but it is also a time to play to our strengths, and an essential strength is the diversification of the portfolio. Our mandate, which is enshrined in the California Constitution, is a diverse portfolio, ensuring that we can weather a variety of financial storms. The exposure to higher risk assets is complemented, for example, by investments in other assets that are more defensive. A diversified approach is essential to preserving capital and maintaining stability through market cycles. It's also why our critics are wrong when in more steady times they say that CalPERS should only invest in the S&P 500. We will remain focused on actively monitoring market developments and evaluating both risks and opportunities across the fund. And as events unfold, we will continue to communicate to our members, our employers, and stakeholders the importance, of patient and thoughtful investing. Doing that means keeping our eyes on the road ahead as we navigate all of the twists and turns of the current time. So let me focus a bit on an agenda item that is on your meeting agenda today. And so before I close, I do want to briefly draw the board's attention to another item, one that's coming up again soon on this morning's agenda, and that's the review of our work to meet the objectives of the CalPERS framework regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our team will provide details of their work in building a more successful organization by leveraging our unique strengths toward achieving a common goal of meeting our members' expectations for a secure retirement and quality health care. We are making real progress, and I look forward to our team's presentation detailing those accomplishments. So President Taylor, that does conclude my remarks, and as always, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Frost. I'm not seeing any questions right now. So with that, we will move on to our action consent items. What's the pleasure of the board? Moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. I can do a voice vote, right? Okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? And abstentions? Motion carries. Information consent items, I have had no request to remove anything, so we will move on to our action agenda items. I'm sorry, committee reports, and I'm gonna start with Mr. Miller. Do you wanna push your thing so I can? Yeah. Is that you? Oh, which one goes first? PCT, I'm sorry, my bad. It was opposite in my folder. All right, with that, I will ask for Melissa Willette. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. The Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee met on April 14th, 2025. The committee received 3 reports: aligning incentives through a total portfolio approach, the annual review of the 25-26 incentive metrics, and the compensation review and recommendations for statutory positions. The committee heard public comment on incentive metric and reward structures and comparator groups used. The Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee meeting at the June 2025 will review the 2025-26 incentive metrics, the 25-26 incentive plan of the Chief Executive Officer, and compensation recommendations for statutory positions. The next meeting of the Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee is scheduled for June 17th in Sacramento, California.
All right, thank you, Ms. Willette. With that, I will move on to Finance Administration. Mr. Palkey.
Good morning.
I thought I hit it. Let me try again. There we go.
Good morning. The Finance and Administration Committee met on April 14th, 2025. The committee recommends, and I move, the board approve the following. Do you want me to do one by one? Or
No, you can do it. As I understand it, we can do it all at once,
as
yes.
one? Okay. Agenda items 3C, approve the April 2025 prospective report of solicitations, contracts, purchase orders, and letters of engagement. Agenda item 3D, approve the 1959 Survivor Benefit Program Actuarial Valuation Report as of June 30th, 2024, and the corresponding transmittal letter to the governor and legislature, and adopt the employer and employee monthly premiums for fiscal year 25 through 26. Agenda item 5A, approve the funding of $38 million as part of the 25-26 annual budget to continue the progress to progress the initiative during 25-26. Approve the extension of the standard 5-year contract term to a 7-year contract for software as a service SaaS partner for the Total Fund and Capital Markets Portfolio Management Platform with an optional 3-year term. Agenda item 5B, approve the 25-26 annual budget in the amount of $2.74 billion and 2,843 positions. Agenda item 5C, approve the proposed elected board member percentages of time to be spent on board-related duties based on board and committee selections held in February and March 2025. Agenda item 5D, adopt the actuarial determine state employer contributions rates and approve the PEPRA member contribution rates for the period of July 1st, 25 to June 30th, 26. And agenda item 5E, approve an employer contribution rate of 26.81 for the schools pool. Rate is acceptable for the period from July 1, 25 to June 30th, 26. Approve the PEPRA member contribution rates for the period July 1st, 25 to June 30th, 26.
Thank you, Mr. Palkey. You're not done yet. On motion by committee for all agenda items, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Go ahead.
The committee received reports on the following topics: long-term care valuation report, semi-annual health plan financial report, and the 2025 Public Employees Retirement Fund actuarial assumptions. At this time, I would like to share some highlights of what to expect at the September Finance and Administration Committee meeting. Treasury analysis and liquidity status report, pre-funding programs annual status report, pension contracts management program annual report, annual contract and procurement activity report, annual actuarial evaluation terminated agency pool, review of public employees retirement fund actuarial assumptions. The next meeting for the Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for September 16th, 2025 in Sacramento, California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palkey. With that, we'll move on to the action agenda items, proposed decisions of the administrative law judges. David? Okay, and I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Miller. And that didn't work. Hold on. My finger doesn't want to work. There we go.
There you go. Okay, I move to adopt the proposed decision at agenda item 8A1 with the minor modifications argued by staff, and to deny the petition for reconsideration at agenda item 8B1.
Motion, do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Pacheco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, motion carries. And with that, hold on a second. We don't have any petitions for reconsideration. That was just it? Okay. Information agenda items 9, and we are moving to 9A, state and federal legislative update. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Danny Brown, CalPERS team member. The state legislature is right in the middle of getting to its first big deadline of the year, which is to have new bills pass their first policy committees by mid-May. As you can see, your bill list is starting to fill out, and I'll just highlight a few of them for you this morning. First, the Retirement Omnibus Bill, Senate Bill 853, was heard in Policy Committee last week. It passed out on consent and has been referred to the Senate Appropriations Committee. Moving to Assembly Joint Resolution 3, which calls on Congress to oppose cuts to or proposals to privatize Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. This resolution is set to be heard in Assembly PERS next week, and we have sent a letter in support as directed by the board. Next is Assembly Bill 1383, sponsored by the California Professional Firefighters. As shown in the board report, this bill would adjust the pensionable compensation limit for all PEPR members to the IRC 415B annual dollar limit for service credit earned on or after January 1st, 2026. The 415B limit for calendar year 2025 is $280,000. However, the bill was amended on Friday to include several other changes to PEPR provisions. Briefly, the changes are as follows. It lowers the normal retirement age for the 3 PEPR safety formulas from age 57 to age 55 for existing and new PEPR members beginning January 1st, 2026. In other words, the 2% at 57, 2.5 at 57, and 2.7 at 57 will become 2 at 55, 2.5 at 55, and 2.7 at 55 respectively. It will also add a 4th PEPR safety formula of 3 at 55. The employees and the employers could collectively bargain to go to one of these formulas prospectively. They can also, through collectively bargain, the employer to pick up the member contributions. I will reiterate that all of these changes are prospective only, so there shouldn't be an increase to the unfunded liability, but there will be an increase in the normal costs, which will be borne by both the employers and employees. The actuarial office is currently working on a cost analysis that should be finalized in the next couple of weeks. Finally, Assembly Bill 1439 prohibits a board of a public retirement system from making additional or new investments in or provide financing for California development projects unless the projects include certain labor standard protections. This bill is sponsored by the Building and Trades, and as you may recall, at the March Investment Committee meeting, they stated they would be moving forward with legislation. We have been in discussions with the author, the Building Trades, and the PERS Committee regarding the Investment Committee's direction to come back with a cost and scope regarding a market study on prevailing wage and labor peace agreements. We are hopeful that there will be a desire to let this market study play out before pursuing legislation. The bill is set for a hearing next Wednesday, so we should know more then. And with that, I'll just move to a brief federal update. The House and Senate both passed the budget resolution blueprint that sets up a minimum of $4 billion in savings for Senate committees and $1.5 trillion in cuts for the House committees. Both chambers are now in a 2-week recess. When they return, the real work on the budget reconciliation package begins, with one of the biggest decisions being how the Energy and Commerce Committee will find $880 billion in spending cuts in light of Speaker Johnson's promise that Medicare benefits will not be cut. We'll be watching closely along with our federal representatives for provisions that may directly or indirectly impact our retirement or health programs and engage as appropriate, consistent with our priorities. And with that, I'll stop and answer any questions the committee may have.
Sure, Danny, thank you. I want you to go back to the one where the formula is changing
Sure.
and just explain that to us. I don't quite. Are they saying that people who are currently Pepper employees can join that, or is that all new employees going forward?
It is going to be both. So it's kind of almost like going back to when Pepper was created. So any employer that, say, is currently offering a 2% at 57 formula to their Pepper safety members, on January 1st, 2026, they will automatically all go into 2% at 55 going forward.
Okay.
And then anybody new hired will also go into that formula. And then at some point, anytime after that, they could also collectively bargain with their employer to go to a higher formula prospectively if they wanted to.
Wow. Okay, so, and that's for safety only, and it's not passed yet.
It's not passed yet. It just got amended, and it'll have its first hearing next week. Provisions that there's 2 provisions that apply to miscellaneous employees. That is the compensation limit increase will apply to both safety and miscellaneous, and also the ability to negotiate employer pickup of contributions could also be miscellaneous.
Okay, so, through labor negotiations. Okay. Are we submitting? I mean, I heard you say that we're looking at actuarial evaluations and what this means. Are we submitting it to the committees?
Yes, I mean we're required to submit a cost analysis to the Appropriations Committee. So
Okay.
if it gets out of the Policy Committee next week, we will provide the Appropriations Committee with the cost analysis.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, but first we will meet with the sponsors of the bill to sit down and walk through the actuarial analysis on the fiscal impact. And I think those meetings will begin next week in advance of the hearing so that they have a better awareness of the costs. But we would not make those costs public until we meet with the firefighters.
Okay, which will substantially decrease our funded liability, I would think. Not substantially, but at
It's
least.
prospective only, so it's not retro, which is helpful. It is prospective. It will impact normal costs. Probably we'll stop there until all
Yeah.
the numbers are put together.
Sure. Okay, then the second thing was that I had questions on, and I do remember I knew they were going to do this, the labor standards protections. The specific language is, I guess, what I'm interested in because of the specific requests of some of the trade unions. So it's right now it says prohibits a board of public pension or retirement system from making additional or new investments in development projects in California or to provide financing for those projects unless the projects include labor standards protections as specified. What are those labor standards? Do we know what those labor standards are?
It's the same ones for like public works projects. The way I kind of explain it, at least the way I simplify it for me, is it's kind of trying to put the same work standards that apply to public works projects to any private investment that CalPERS or any pension system is involved in, because this will apply to not just CalPERS but CalSTRS and the 37 counties.
And is that I guess my question is, the legislature is trying to direct how we invest. Can they do that?
No, they can't direct how we invest. I mean, it's kind of written like a divestment bill. I think in its current form, there's probably more questions than answers as to how it really would apply to our situation. So I think that's something that we're still exploring, that impact. And that is a good question, and a question that I have posed to is this really a bill that tells us how to invest, which isn't allowed under the Constitution, or is this a bill that's telling us to divest, which obviously the legislature has the ability to do? And they do put in there that fiduciary language where it says that we don't have to do anything if it breaches our fiduciary duty.
Okay. Okay. And it is also pending right now.
Its first hearing is set for next week.
Okay. And then I have another question from Mr. Pacheco. Let me make sure. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, President Taylor. And thank you, Mr. Brown. As always, I always appreciate your briefing on legislative matters. Back with President Taylor's comment on AB 1439, from what I read on the text itself, it appears that it creates opportunities for apprentices via prevailing wages and skilled and training. That's what that language is what I've noticed. And I'm just wondering if you can elaborate more on that, or if that's basically what you understand.
Yeah, I think I'm not versed in this type of work myself. I'm still getting up to speed, but I think it's mainly looking for prevailing wage, using apprenticeship labor. Again, doesn't necessarily have to be union labor, but they want folks that have gone through apprenticeship programs to do the work. And that they want, certain labor standards, like you would see on any public works project.
And those would align with our labor principles, am I right?
I think, a couple things is that this bill applies, this bill probably goes beyond the responsible contractor policy in the sense that it would apply to any investment regardless of our share in the investment. We could be 1% owners. It also could apply to well beyond just real estate.
Is it possible for at the next time, the next our meeting, I believe will be in June, that you can bring back some more information on this and giving us a better understanding for the board? Because I feel as the committees are met, there'll be legislative analysis that will be done, and additional information for us to have have an informed understanding. Because I feel there's some we still need to understand this better over time.
Yeah, definitely happy to do that. I know our investment team is pulling stuff together now for me that we can then use to provide an analysis, more in-depth analysis.
Thank you very much. And then the next question I have is on SB 351, the Cabrera case with the private equity in health facilities. That bill, is that similar to the bill that was passed by legislation but vetoed by the governor, which was last year's bill AB 3129?
I would say it's not quite similar, because this really isn't so much dealing with mergers and acquisitions. It's really dealing with controlling the doctors. So it's going at that route. So there's no prohibition or policies put in place is that they have to get approval before they consolidate or buy a practice, but it's more of once you own it to make sure that they're not controlling what the doctor's work.
So controlling the physicians
Physicians,
themselves.
yes.
Okay, and the medical groups then.
Yes.
So it's slightly different from the mergers and acquisition one from last time.
I think this was a component of last year's, but it wasn't, obviously the big piece.
Okay, and that's going to be heard on April 21st.
Correct. It's double referred, and first hearing's on the 21st, and it will go, if it gets out, it'll go judiciary on the 29th.
And just a clarification, when you mean double referred, what does that mean exactly?
It means it has to go to 2 policy committees before it goes to the fiscal committees.
I see.
So there's 2 policies that have jurisdiction over the issue.
Is that normally done for these kind of cases, these kinds of bills, or is that, I thought it was just you just go to one committee at one?
It depends on the bills. I mean, most bills just go to 1 committee, but there's a few that touch on 2 committees.
Very good then. Thank you very much, and those are my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Danny. I don't see any other questions from the board. Let me make sure. Thank you very much for the report. We always appreciate it. And we request you continue to also keep an eye on the federal legislation as it comes forward. And with that, oh, No, we have more to do before I have speakers. So with that, we have our diversity, equity, and inclusion framework update. And for that, I will be calling on a whole bunch of people. Brad, Miguel, Michelle. I'm losing everybody that's here. But anyway, take it away, guys.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Brad Pacheco, CalPERS team. We're pleased to be back in front of you to provide a progress update on our efforts related to our diversity, equity, and inclusion framework. This morning, we've assembled, see if I can move this here. This morning, we've assembled the leaders in each of the 5 pillars of the framework, including investments, health equity, supplier diversity, talent management, and culture. We're also going to provide an update on some accomplishments outside the framework, specifically how the team is working to build an inclusive experience for our members. And we have a special guest with us this morning that we'll get to momentarily. Finally, I just want to point out that we handed out to you a copy of our annual DEI report that outlines what we'll cover today and many more accomplishments over the last 18 months. The report was just printed last night, and it'll be available on our website shortly. As a reminder, the framework includes 15 business plan initiatives with 72 deliverables, and we track our progress through 21 strategic measures. So with that, I'd like to turn over the floor to Mike Silva with our investment office.
Brad, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Gail is online, so I have to do the
Absolutely.
attestation real quick. So, hi Gail, good morning. We've just this is closed session, guys. I don't have the open session. Hold on a second, Gail.
Okay.
Oh, Robert's got it, so poor Kayla, she ran it.
I'll do an abbreviated version just to move things along.
Thank you, Robert.
So Dr. Willis, if you could just attest that either that you are alone and there's no one else with you, or if there are other persons 18 years or older, identify who those are.
Yes, I do attest to the fact that I am alone. And good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Gail. Good morning. Sorry, Brad, go ahead.
No, that's quite all right. As I was saying, I want to turn over the floor to Mike Silva with our investment office.
Mike Silva, Sustainable Investments. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see all of you again. I'm here to provide you with an update on our efforts to support greater diversity, equity, and inclusion in the financial industry. The investment office does that through a variety of ways, including investing with emerging and diverse managers, through our DEI survey, and lastly, through public corporate engagement. We haven't begun collecting current fiscal year figures, but CalPERS investments with emerging and diverse managers has seen a significant increase in the last 3 years. From January 2022 through June 30, 2024, CalPERS committed $4 billion to emerging managers and $13.6 billion to diverse managers. Our emerging manager net asset value is spread across 65 managers and is at $6 billion. $1.3 billion of that is in fund-of-fund type vehicles or structures where we use an intermediary. The only available capital in these structures is through TPG Next and GCM Elevate. A TPG Next update, TPG has closed fundraising on the fund and is at $565 million, with $500 million of that representing CalPERS capital. TPG has recently announced their 4th investment with Cohere Capital. It is a $215 million fund, a diverse manager, co-founded by Nick Shaw and Daniel Gedney. They are exclusively focused on lower middle market growth opportunities and technology-enabled services. TPG is now at 54% committed and they are on track and expect to be out of dry capital by the end of 2026. GCM Elevate held its final close with $800 million in commitments, with $500 million of that representing CalPERS capital. Deal pacing is on track. They have reviewed over 900 opportunities, and their third and fourth investments are in progress and expected to close in the second and third quarter of this calendar year. A fifth deal is targeted for Q4 of this year, with 7 high-priority opportunities in the pipeline. Both TPG and GCM Elevate are on target for 2 to 3 GP partnerships per year. Our investments with emerging and diverse managers are not limited to our dedicated emerging manager fund-of-fund strategies. The overwhelming majority of these investments are done without an intermediary and instead by our private equity asset class. Private equity has expanded their opportunity set by moving away from large-scale managers towards the middle market, growth, and venture. The private equity team views these as undercapitalized segments of the market, and investments in that market have led to increased exposure to both emerging and/or diverse managers. And you'll hear from one of those managers shortly. As it relates to the DEI survey, the CalPERS Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Survey of our external managers is designed to gather human capital management and DEI data from our external managers. This allows us to better understand the characteristics of our portfolio, as well as measure our progress over time compared to our peers. The survey also helps us understand how our external managers approach human capital management, including sourcing and retention, and provide staff with an opportunity to mitigate potential risks. The 2024 survey saw the highest manager response rate to date at 91%, reflecting a strong engagement with human capital management and DEI disclosures. Of the privately held managers who responded, 33% met CalPERS' definition of diverse manager. And across the 152 managers that provided detailed demographic information, notable data points include nearly 80% of the respondents having a DEI policy in place, 33% had a pay equity compensation policy, indicating room for improvement across our portfolio and the industry. Nearly 90% have a Family and Medical Leave Act supporting employee well-being and inclusivity, with 97% having a code of conduct, signaling a strong adherence to ethical and governance standards. As compared to our peers in the Lenox Park universe, CalPERS had a higher percentage of diverse managers in its portfolio. These results reinforce the importance of transparency, benchmarking, and continued partnership with our managers to identify potential risks in our portfolio. We are currently working on rolling out this year's survey and expect to provide a new update in November. Lastly, I'm sure you're all aware we are co-hosting the Catalyst Forum with CalSTRS on May 12 and 13 here in Sacramento, and we expect a great turnout and a great event. Before inviting the next speaker, I wanted to pause for any questions.
Oh, hold on, here we go. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Silva, for your wonderful comments. I just wanted to ask regarding the survey itself. You said it's the highest we've had at 90, you said it was 91%?
So yes, it was last year's survey was the highest at 91%. So it'll be interesting to see what the participation rate will be this year.
Incredible. And how was the reception of the survey when you were engaging with these managers and providing us the human capital information and so forth? How was your interactions with them?
Thank you for the question. We've seen a strong level of engagement or an increased level of engagement the last 3 years. Every year it grows a little bit more, and we see greater participation and just an easier opportunity to work with managers to get this type of information forward.
Excellent. And then lastly, do you feel that that they would want to provide more information or additional information? Do they have this compelling interest in helping us out?
I would say not so much, particularly in the private asset classes, but for the questions that we've put together for the survey, there's been strong participation and we feel good about it.
Very good then. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Rufino?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Silva, for the presentation. Back to your slide, I have a quick question regarding benchmarking. So CalPERS outperforms peers in the Lenox Park Roundtable universe. And can you elaborate how we plan to maintain or expand that leadership?
That's a great question. The Sustainable Investments team has been asked to work with the asset classes, provide where the research that we've been working on in the last 3 months, to work with the asset classes to determine potential implementation strategies and determine where the opportunity set might be.
Okay, great, thank you. Can I do a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
So with respect to the progress and goals, so CalPERS invested $6.3 billion with diverse managers and $2 billion with emerging managers in 23-24, if I'm correct. So what are our specific goals for 2025 and beyond? And how do we ensure accountability in meeting them?
Well, we don't have any goals, or we can't make any goals as it relates to diverse managers. So we can't set goals or targets. But I would say that both TPG and GCM, at least that platform, is operating without pause and just working across the private asset classes. I haven't noticed any dip or any change whatsoever as it relates to investing with these managers.
Great, thank you for the response.
Thank you, Mr. Rufino. Ms. Cohen?
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So, Mr. Silva, we discussed TPG wanting to reserve some of their capital for follow-on investments. Is that still your plan?
Well, TPG has full discretion of the fund. It's part of their opportunity set, but we're not sure if that will happen or not, or if they will just commit to one fund at a time.
So how are you determining how much money you're reserving?
That would be up to TPG to decide to determine for their reserve. At the moment, they're 54% committed from their $500 million fund.
Are you asking about new allocations?
Yes.
New allocations?
Oh, okay. As it relates to new allocations, that's determined by the asset class. And they will review the opportunities when applicable and make allocations to the programs that they see fit.
So then that means that they're not deploying all of their money. And that means that we're paying fees on money that is not deployed.
Well, as it relates to TPG and GCM, no,
Yes.
we should be paying fees on the monies deployed. But let me look into that and give you a firm answer on whether we're paying fees on non-committed capital.
Yep, thank you. And I would appreciate if you could look into, if they're reserving capital. I mean, we want the money deployed.
Sure.
We don't want it held back for future investments. At least that's my understanding. If I'm incorrect, let me know.
No, I would say that the GCM Elevate Fund was not originally designed to make subsequent follow-on investments.
Right.
But TPG's was.
I see.
So I'll get an update on that and whether they've changed their strategy or not.
Okay. How are you gonna communicate this to me? Are you gonna email me this? Call me? How do you communicate? I want to make sure that I do not miss this answer.
Yeah, so the process would be Miguel would take down the question, the investment office would get an answer, and the full committee would get that response.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
So I want to clarify the question so the board knows what we've got. So we have money deployed to TPG, right? So they haven't deployed all of those funds. I understand.
That's correct.
Okay.
Or actually, I need them to confirm whether they have or they haven't. His answer was a little squishy. So I don't know if it's fully deployed or if it's not deployed.
So I'll restate it. Only 54% of the money has been deployed.
Okay. So that's
And
a large
they have
chunk
another,
that is not.
So they have 46%.
Not deployed.
not
And we're
deployed.
waiting. Are they waiting? I guess the question then is, are they trying to invest it in something else? That's what they're waiting for. Is that correct, Ms. Cohen? I just want to make sure I got the right question for you.
Yes, I guess the follow on. Like, you're right. If they're holding back the 46%, like, what is the plan? What is it intended? So that's the first part of the question.
Okay.
And the second question is, are we paying fees?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll get that second question, whether the fees on non-committed capital or non-deployed capital, as it relates to the monies that haven't been deployed yet, they have a pacing model and they anticipate being fully deployed by the end of next year.
Okay.
Okay. So does that answer the 46% question at least?
It answers both.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Silva.
Okay, great. Since there's no more questions, I'm pleased to invite Stephanie Javita to the dais. Stephanie is the founder and managing partner of Coalesce Capital, a private equity firm in our portfolio. We invested $150 million in the fund last year, and we've invited her to talk about her work and how the partnership with CalPERS has supported the fund's investment goals.
Thank you.
Hi. So I'm Stephanie Javita. I'm the founding managing partner of Coalesce Capital. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. We are so grateful for the CalPERS partnership, and I am excited to tell you more about our firm. I will start by sharing some of the Coalesce story, which begins with an underexploited market opportunity that we formed Coalesce to address. And I would like to touch upon the purpose-built team that we've assembled, the differentiated strategy that we've developed to exploit the market opportunity that we've identified, and the importance of CalPERS to some of our early successes. We launched Coalesce Capital in January of 2023 around an incredible investment opportunity in controlled buyouts of lower middle market North American business services companies. We closed on an oversubscribed $900 million inaugural fund and have spent the last 2 years building out a world-class team and firm infrastructure. At Coalesce, we are focused both on sector and size of opportunity. We spend all of our time trying to identify high-potential investment opportunities in one sector, business services, where we possess deep domain expertise. And we focus in on companies of $5 to $50 million of EBITDA, which we define as lower middle market, with a sweet spot at $10 to $30 million of EBITDA. At a high level, the business services marketplace is highly fragmented and target-rich. Within this abundant universe of companies, we believe that there is an opportunity to create value for investors by transforming the size and the scale of many of these businesses. And it is my judgment, based upon the last 20 years of investing and supporting exactly these types of businesses, that the rest of the private equity industry is not seizing this opportunity effectively. In short, there is a gap in the marketplace, and we formed Coalesce to fill that gap. We have now recruited a team of business services domain experts with a track record of success, as well as developed a differentiated strategy across finding, picking, winning, and helping these companies be successful. Our strategy relies on first identifying companies that are at an inflection point based upon a clear investment thesis, where our financial capital can come in to unlock the company's organic and inorganic growth potential. We form deep collaborations with our management teams, not just as their capital stewards, but really as their business partners. We introduce them to a high-impact value creation playbook that we've developed, that we call the S4. And we introduce them to an extensive network of operating executives that we've built up over the last 20 years of business services company building. All of that focus and effort is directed at helping these companies drive forward and elevate their businesses to new levels. We are very well positioned to exploit the market opportunity that we identified because of our sector expertise, because of our track record of success, because of the unique team and culture at Coalesce, and because of our value creation first mantra. I'd like to share a little bit about my background because it provides a backstory to my decision to launch Coalesce. I think it's fair to say that I don't exactly conform to Wall Street central casting. I am a fourth generation corn and soybean farm kid from Iowa. The first time I stepped foot in New York City was getting out of a taxi cab right in the middle of Times Square before my final job interview at Morgan Stanley. An interview that I stumbled into when one of my college professors at Notre Dame gave out my name to one of his former students that was working there. And that is where I started my career, as an investment banking analyst at Morgan Stanley in the Mergers and Acquisitions Department. It is crazy to say that I have now worked in finance and private equity for 25 years, the last 13 of which I spent at one of the top private equity firms in the industry, where I ascended the ranks to one of the 10 most senior partners at the firm. And I developed their business services investing strategy from its inception. When I resigned from my prior firm to launch Coalesce, I was responsible for a team of 22 investment professionals and had led or co-led over $3.5 billion of equity investments and generated industry-leading performance. And in addition to learning to lead deals at that firm, I learned to lead people and teams. I was responsible for our Female Network Alliance, which I grew from 50 women to 300 women, and I was responsible for our undergrad analyst recruiting program, which I actually had founded my first year at the firm and built into the most important source of incoming talent at the firm. And I mention a few of these things because when I have that very rare chance, which I have 4 kids, so I'm a busy lady, but I reflect back on sort of what I'm the most proud of in my career. It's really the things that I had an opportunity to help build: the business services investing strategy and team, the Female Professional Network Alliance, the undergrad analyst program, and of course, so many incredible businesses alongside talented management teams and entrepreneurs. And it is that trademark personality characteristic, that entrepreneurial spirit and non-complacency, which caused me to want to launch Coalesce, which really in so many ways is a culmination of a 20-year career in private equity. But launching Coalesce was also about gripping an undeniable opportunity that I saw to create value by investing in the lower middle market segment of the business services market. I saw a shifting tide. We'd just come out of this 10-year rising tide market where private equity firms had generated outstanding returns for investors, but they did so on the back of free money and expanding multiples, and not necessarily a sophisticated value creation toolkits or making the businesses that they invested in necessarily better. Sitting at the beginning of 2022, I thought that the next 10 years for our industry would look very different than the last 10 years, and that if you wanted to create the most amount of value for investors, that the way to do that would be to, first of all, set your sights in the lower middle market, which were now outside the purview of private equity firms that were catapulted from middle market to mega cap status over their last 3 fund cycles on the back of their success and the success of the industry at large. And also to bring forward more time, more attention, and a better plan around value creation. So I believe so much in this opportunity that I pledged every one of my financial assets to Coalesce. We were offered seed capital by many firms, but we resisted the temptation to take it because we believed our strongest selling point with our investors was financial alignment. And beyond financial alignment, we put every one of our reputational assets into Coalesce. We received $50 million of commitments from my prior firm, partners, colleagues, and CEOs. We are all in. And what started as a vision has now grown into a dynamic firm with an incredibly supportive group of investors, an impressive portfolio, strong management team partnerships, and a very dedicated team committed to our collective success. And I'd like to spend a second on our team because I have always believed that the most important form of capital in our business is actually human capital. We've recruited an incredibly impressive leadership team that brings over 100 years of collective business services, domain, and private equity leadership experience. Our team at Coalesce is now 23 professionals, and we've fully built out a bench of talent to support Fund 1 and beyond. We met with nearly 400 candidates to select this group of 23 individuals. It's been rewarding and challenging to assemble this group. And despite the incredible diversity of backgrounds, skill sets, and points of view on our team, we all have one characteristic in common, which is that all of these individuals were willing to leave otherwise excellent jobs in finance or private equity to take a bet on themselves and a bet on Coalesce. They all have that kind of fire in the belly that you really want to see from your colleagues. And in so many ways, our team is such a great reflection of the kind of aspirational management teams that we are looking to steward with our capital. And that is a huge competitive advantage for us in the marketplace. And when we want to position ourselves as the partner of choice for America's leading business services companies that are seeking both capital and partnership. We fully embrace the diversity of our background, skill sets, and points of view because we are also 100% aligned on our values and the culture that we want to instill at Coalesce. And that culture embraces our core values of belonging, excellence, stewardship, and transparency. It rewards intellectual curiosity and rigorous debate because if you can balance all of that, what you achieve is avoiding the echo chamber and the herd mentality that we think so often leads to mediocrity of performance. The CalPERS partnership has been incredibly important to the launch and the development of our firm. CalPERS is a meaningful investor in our fund. In addition, CalPERS was a first close investor, which is notoriously the most difficult part of a fundraise for a first-time fund manager. In addition, CalPERS has been an incredibly supportive co-investment partner. And CalPERS, the investment team in your organization, is just excellent and wonderful to work with. Anton Orlick, Joshua Bowman, Tegan Chapman, they have all been huge champions and supporters of Coalesce Capital and incredible co-investment partners. Matter of fact, Josh Bowman and Tegan Chapman were one of the first phone calls that I received when news broke out that I was leaving my prior firm to launch a new one, before even the nameplate was sorted. CalPERS has allowed us to compete more effectively in the marketplace and pursue transactions that otherwise would have been more difficult for a fund of $900 million in size. So with that, I'm going to close out with where I started, which is we see an underexploited opportunity in lower middle market business services companies to create value for investors. And we believe that we have the team and the differentiated strategy across finding, picking, winning, and helping our companies to seize that opportunity. The story of Coalesce was about bringing together the ingredients that you need to create value: an opportunity, a team, a differentiated strategy, and a hunger for success. We are so very grateful for the CalPERS trust, support, and partnership. Thank you for your trust, for your partnership, and for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Javita. Any questions of the board for Ms. Javita?
I don't think so. I'm not seeing any questions from the board. So
Thank
go
you. Well,
ahead.
I just want to thank her for coming all this way and telling her story. We really appreciate it. And also Mr. Orlick for arranging this opportunity for us.
We do so much appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much.
The pleasure and honor is mine. Thank you.
So, Ms. Taylor, unless there's any other questions related to investments, we'll move now to our health equity pillar, and we have Dr. Julia Logan here with us.
Thank you, Dr. Logan.
Thank you. Good morning, Julia Logan, CalPERS team member. This morning I'll be providing an update on our efforts to promote health equity. The more we understand the individual needs of our members, the better decisions we can make to ensure exceptional care and equitable health outcomes for all members. Working toward equitable health outcomes for our members is a multi-layered effort that spans across 7 related initiatives in our business plan for health, a reflection of the diverse health needs of our CalPERS members. We remain committed to building better health outcomes for our 1.5 million members, one initiative at a time. Our blueprint is the first ever CalPERS Health Equity Strategy, which outlines priorities that are in alignment with partners including Covered California and the California Department of Healthcare Services. Our strategy is built around 3 priorities: identify disparities, eliminate disparities, and hold ourselves accountable to ensure progress. Today, I'll highlight a few specific initiatives and measures that we have put into place. First is an example of how we monitor improvement in health outcomes for our members. CalPERS has a population health management strategic measure that focuses on diabetes control and blood pressure control, 2 of the most common chronic diseases reported by our CalPERS health plans. These measures are used throughout the United States for monitoring the quality of health care. Since establishing a target of 75%, our rate for this measure rose from 77% in 2022 to 91% in 2023. So we're improving and are hard at work to continue improvements. Next, I'll highlight our requirements that each plan have a member advisory committee, or MAC, that is made up of each plan's members. The MAC is crucial to ensuring that health plans are engaging with members and using their feedback to improve the care that members receive. I wanted to share a member story that Kaiser Permanente shared with us regarding their MAC. A member in Southern California, employed by a state agency participating in their local MAC, received an at-home test kit for colon cancer screening. The member found the kit instructions to be too long and convoluted and difficult to read and understand, and raised this issue with their MAC. The MAC brought the issue to Kaiser leaders who designated teams to work with the MAC. These teams worked with the MAC to co-design a simplified instruction template with language, visuals, and graphics that were easy to understand and cross-culturally appealing. The improved instructions were then adopted in kits used across Southern California. To me, this example really highlights why our health equity requirements matter and how they can lead to improvements for the care that our members receive. Simplifying these instructions ensured that the instructions are easy to understand and more members can get screened for colorectal cancer, a high priority item for CalPERS and the 2nd most common cause of cancer death in the United States. I also wanted to highlight that you all approved our new standardized travel benefit last year, and it's now in effect as of January 1st of this year. We've heard very positive feedback from our members, and we've designed the benefit to reduce roadblocks for members that don't have access to certain types of care or procedures where they live. Of course, we continue to try and expand access so that members have the care they need closer to them, but we're taking a comprehensive approach so that members have more options. Additionally, for our PPO members that live in more isolated areas where even routine care can be challenging due to geography or workforce issues, we have expanded options through our new contract with Included Health. Our new population health management vendor offers virtual primary care, behavioral health care, and urgent care services. Pregnant members can also receive doula services virtually. Finally, we recognize that behavioral health access continues to be an issue for many of our members throughout the state, but especially for those in rural or more isolated areas. Given this, we are currently engaged with UC researchers in a secret shopper survey, which utilizes simulated member calls to assess appointment availability for mental health appointments or therapy visits throughout the state. The results of this survey, which includes a sample of all of our plans, should be available later this year or in early 2026. We will use the results to work with our health plans to improve on identified issues. To ensure that we act on our commitment, we measure our efforts using a health equity index to detail our milestones, baselines, and yearly targets. The Health Equity Index is included in our CalPERS reporting as the Achieving Health Equity strategic measure and includes milestones that create a consistent infrastructure for improving health outcomes. In late 2022, we finalized the index and reported a baseline of 20% with the goal of improving by 13 percentage points each year. We exceeded our target in both 23 and 24 as we continued to build our infrastructure and completed milestones, such as including health equity requirements in our health plan contracts and evaluating and updating our benefit design. We're on track with our 2025 goals as well. And finally, there's more to our healthcare practices than administering health benefits with our health plans. On behalf of members, we also proactively engage in efforts to advocate for meaningful healthcare policy and to provide life-saving preventive measures. As you know, we routinely work with our purchaser partners, Covered California and the Department of Healthcare Services, to promote high-quality and equitable healthcare. We have done this by aligning our contract requirements across the three agencies for the health plans that we all contract with, so that all of our members are benefiting from our strategies, such as the promotion of advanced primary care, the integration of primary care and behavioral health, and improvement on key population health measures. We also do this through our joint participation in state agency efforts to increase primary care investments, as well as efforts to expand the primary care and behavioral health care workforce. We also leverage our collective policy influence by commenting on and supporting important issues and programs at the federal level by writing joint letters to entities such as the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services in support of issues like increasing access to preventive services and improving access to high-quality primary care. As you can see, we've designed a comprehensive strategy for health equity. We continue our work and look forward to sharing more updates on our continued progress. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. I'm always impressed with how deep you guys dive into the healthcare equity because it's a problem. In the United States and in California. I was trying to stall a little bit, but it looks like nobody else wants to talk. So, hold on. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Logan, for your presentation. I always find this very fascinating topic. When you mentioned the population health management strategic measures, you were mentioning that the two primary drivers are diabetes and hypertension. And how has that started? I mean, how has that look like now? Are you getting good, robust information? I just want to understand that.
Yes, so that strategic measure is a combination, as you said, of our diabetes rates and our hypertension control rates. And those are two of the quality alignment set measures. So we are asking our plans to report on diabetes control and high blood pressure control. And starting in 2024, we have asked our plans to stratify those measures by race and ethnicity. So we'll be getting that later this year or early next year.
That is wonderful news. Will that align with, I know several years ago, we had done the demographic profile that had provided us additional information. Will that align or supplement that information? I'm just curious if that would be something.
Yes, so the health demographic profile currently has, I think, about 230,000 of our members who have submitted their health demographic profile information. So while it's necessary to understand the complexity of our membership, it's not necessarily sufficient. So we're asking our health plans to supply that information as well.
And I noticed that we went, 2023 is out on target. We targeted at 75%, but we had achieved 91%. And that's a tremendously incredible outcome.
We have a ways to go, but we're working on it, yes.
And I recalled a few years ago as well that with this information, in addition to the demographic profile, that we could perhaps, we could work with other partners to develop evidence-based, studies and so forth to help us even be better at health equity. Is that something that's still on the roadmap?
Yes, exactly. And that's something that we work with our colleagues at Covered California and the Department of Healthcare Services on, to bring all of that data together and to report out. Actually, we are submitting a paper to the Institute for Healthcare Improvement about our collective efforts. So we're excited about that.
Well, what's wonderful news. I look forward to reading those when they come out. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to follow President Taylor's comment and Trustee Pacheco that I'm very impressed with the work of your shop, Dr. Logan, particularly the fact that we're targeting, measuring, and trying to seek improvements. I've always been impressed with the integration of primary care into integrating behavioral health, for example. And I noticed that we've always trying to target those disease states that are very common in people of color and drive more health issues. One issue that's been on the press a lot is people of color on birth complications. And I was wondering if there's what you guys, I know you target one at a time. Is there anything on the roadmap to try to target that aspect that is creating concern?
Yes, you're exactly right. Birth equity is a very important topic and something that we're working on with our plans, in part with our new benefit design changes like the doula benefit. So the doula benefit is available to all of our pregnant members prenatally and during birth and postpartum, and that is available in person or virtually. We also have been working with our partners, again, DHCS and Covered California, to work on hospital improvement measures, and some of those measures are maternity measures like the C-section measures and making sure that neonatal complications are going down instead of up. So we have a multi-pronged effort along birth equity.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to more presentation and more results. And like you stated in your presentation, we're looking at the outcome. That's what we want. We want healthy outcomes. So thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you, President.
Sure. So I just want to, as I've been reading more on the maternity issues, women of color, Black women in particular, also are not, their pain, their afterbirth complications are not taken seriously. Is there a way through our own, looking into this or asking our health plans that we can look into if this is declined for the community, so that the mortality rates are going down and they're taking seriously the pain, the complications? I just read an article on, which I didn't even know existed, postpartum preeclampsia, and it's women of color that are not being diagnosed mostly. So I just want to make sure we're figuring out a way to measure that is declining.
Yes, certainly an important topic and an important issue that can't be ignored. Our plans in their contract have to deliver us a maternal health improvement plan. And within that plan, they address things that you've been discussing. In addition to what I said to Mr. Rubalcaba about the hospital measures that we're working on, part of those hospital measures are working with staff in the hospital, because it's really about biases and long-term care of women who historically have not had the access to care that they deserve. And that's something that we're working on with the plans through the hospital improvement measure plan and the maternity plan within the contract.
Awesome, thank you. I just wanted to,
Yes.
Mr. Rubalcava reminded me of that article, so I wanted to say something about that. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your presentation, Dr. Logan.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Ms. Taylor, at this time, we want to turn to Mr. Stone to talk about our vendor partnerships and compliance with state requirements.
Thank you, Brad. Dallas Stone, CalPERS team member, and I will be covering our achievements for fiscal year 23-24 as it relates to our small business, disabled veteran business enterprise engagement efforts. At first, I would like to take a moment to apologize to the board and our stakeholders. A discrepancy in how we calculated our overall participation percentages was identified, and the slide presented to you today reflects our actual engagement efforts for last fiscal year. To provide some context on supplier engagement, state contracting rules establishes goals for both small businesses, or SBs, and disabled veteran business enterprises, or DVBEs. In fiscal year 23-24, we had $4.6 million in total contract dollars allocated to DVBEs, or a 4.22% participation rate, exceeding the statewide goal of 3%. We had a total of 65 engagements spread across our information technology, communications and stakeholder, investments, health policy and benefits branches, and our human resources division. In addition to our DVB efforts, we had $28.4 million in total contract dollars allocated to small businesses. This was a 25.83% participation rate and exceeded the 25% fiscal year target goal. We had a total of 106 engagements from our information technology, communications and stakeholder, investments, health policy and benefits branches, and our human resources and operations support services division. In short, CalPERS has continuously exceeded the SB DVBE goals for the past 5+ years, and we're very proud of this accomplishment. I would also like to highlight that we were notified last week that CalPERS has been selected to receive the Gold Advocate of the Year award. Our advocate, Ramon Rivera, will be attending the annual State Agency Recognition Awards hosted by DGS tomorrow to accept the award on behalf of the organization. This award recognizes advocates for their overall involvement in the supplier community, outreach and innovation efforts, and notable program improvements. In terms of outreach and networking efforts, our team participated in 4 events last year educating the vendor community on how to do business with CalPERS. Those events included the California Supplier Diversity Symposium, the Sacramento Public Agency Consortium, the annual Veteran and Small Business Trade Show, and the annual Veterans in Business National Conference. Our efforts for this fiscal year have focused on several key areas, marketing the SB DVBE program through newsletters and email campaigns, updating our program's external and internal web pages, and attending various trade shows introducing our program to interested businesses. These events include the Sacramento Annual SACPAC Regional Connecting Point, the annual Veterans and Small Business Trade Show, and the annual Veterans in Business National Conference. I'm happy to take any questions from the board. Thank you.
Congratulations on all of that, but also thank you very much for the report. Mr. Ruffino.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Just a quick comment on behalf of the Treasurer Fiona Ma wants to take the opportunity to congratulate both the CEO, Ms. Frost, and Mr. Stone, and the entire procurement team on receiving the Golden Advocate of the Year award, and also on exceeding, I think you said for the past 5 years, exceeding the disabled veteran business enterprise procurement goals and exceeding the small business procurement goals. That's very important goals. So congrats, and she would like to wish you even more success in the future. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffino. Are there any other questions from the board? Does not appear so.
All right, thank you, Dallas. We appreciate that. Members of the board, over the course of the year, we've provided updates on a number of efforts to build an even better team within the organization and a more engaged team, and Ms. Tucker is here to summarize that work over the last 18 months.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco, and thank you, President Taylor and board members. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. I'm pleased to share updates today on our talent and culture pillars. We'll start with the engagement survey. Each year, CalPERS conducts our employee engagement survey to assess team members' enthusiasm and commitment to the organization. The employee engagement survey is administered by a third-party survey provider, Perceptyx. We use a third-party survey provider to ensure the highest level of confidentiality of survey responses is maintained. Our most recent survey, administered in October of 2024, provides insights to sustain successful efforts and identify areas for improvement. Engagement is measured through an engagement index, which evaluates intent to stay, pride in the organization, and intrinsic motivation. The dotted line in the top graphic represents the target, which was established in 2020. The target is the Perceptyx benchmark, which includes approximately 15 million responses from over 450 of their clients, gathered from Perceptyx clients over a 3-year period from 2017 through 2019. And this group is comprised of domestic and global companies ranging in size from 50 to over 350,000 associates. The ability to compare our survey results against the Perceptyx benchmark provides us with a reference point in the external landscape. Engagement has increased steadily since 2022, with a 4.1 percentage point increase from fiscal year 23-24 to 24-25. In the latest survey, 77.6% of our team members responded favorably to the index, which includes, "My work gives me a sense of personal accomplishment," "I'm proud to work at CalPERS," and "I intend to stay with CalPERS for at least the next 12 months. Fostering an inclusive culture is also a strategic priority for us. The survey also measures our progress in diversity, equity, and inclusion. The dotted line in the bottom graphic represents the CalPERS target of 59%, which again was established in 2020. We surpassed this target with 75% of respondents responding favorably to fair treatment of all team members, a strong sense of belonging, and respect and dignity at work. To strengthen engagement, we launched an Acts of Appreciation campaign in August of 2023, leading to a 53% increase in recognition tool usage. Our continued focus is on cross-divisional collaboration, team member empowerment, sense of belonging, and feeling valued. Currently, team leaders are developing and working on action plans, and we're pleased that this year our Emerging Leader Program participants are providing recommendations to enhance engagement. This enterprise-wide effort is a strategic opportunity to shape our culture and improve team member experience. So I'm so excited to share this slide with you. Our CalPERS recruitment campaign is well underway. You may have seen some of these billboards as you travel about in the Sacramento area. So you'll see some stats there on the bottom that share the recruitment insights. And since this slide was published, we even have seen some increases. So we actually have more than 237,000 website visits. We have increased engagement by 65%. We have more than 9,000 clicks on job openings and exams. And we have 3 million billboard impressions. So we have some really successful indicators from this campaign so far. This campaign is launched and will run through May. It'll have a break for the summer, and then you'll see it back in the fall with some refreshed images. Our key messaging through this campaign is "Where Passion Ignites Purpose," which highlights CalPERS as a workplace where team members can align their professional skills with meaningful work that impacts millions of lives. Our primary goals are to close the vacancy gap by actively addressing open positions and ensuring that CalPERS has the talent it needs to thrive. We also are looking to increase our qualified applicants by focusing on attracting skilled candidates who meet qualifications and align with our CalPERS mission. As you'll see, and I just shared, visits to our public website have really demonstrated a strong interest in job opportunities at CalPERS. As we look at the collective impacts of the recruitment campaign and analyzed applicant data from February and March of 2025 when compared to the same time period in 2024, the analysis revealed significant growth in overall applications and notable shifts in applicant demographic representation. Our recruitment data analysis incorporates applicant information based on optional self-identification of several demographic categories, including race and ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, and disability and veteran status. This information is insightful as we identify opportunities to improve outreach to reflect the communities of our members in California. And in many cases, we are able to reach into labor markets that we were not able to previously recruit in. And you'll really see the changes in these numbers. Our recruitment campaign provides a snapshot of that activity again in March and February of 2025, offering an initial view of the campaign effectiveness. While this data is valuable for gauging early success, it does represent only a portion of our recruitment efforts for 2025. So I'd like to take a moment to share some notable details and data points. Overall, we have seen a 45% increase in job-related page views during the reviewed period. This is encouraging and reflects success in our enhanced outreach and engagement strategies. We've seen a pronounced demographic shift in applicants. This is, again, optional for applicants, and they can provide it during the application process on the State of California's standard application form. But it's very useful in highlighting progress in diversity, inclusivity, and outreach to all groups, including historically underrepresented groups. In respect to age, growth was observed across all age groups, with the most significant increase among Gen Z applicants, where we saw a plus 221% growth. In terms of gender, applications from individuals identifying as non-binary showed notable growth, and of course also increases in male and female applicants. Applications from individuals identifying as LGBTQIA+ increased, as well as an increase in self-identified sexual orientation overall. So what this means is more candidates chose to answer yes or no rather than just skipping the question. We saw significant increases in most of our historically underrepresented race and ethnicity groups. We also saw an increase in applications from individuals with disabilities, as well as individuals with veteran status. So very positive trends. This campaign is aligned with statewide goals, workforce diversity, and representation. It supports the goals of the state of California and advances efforts to build a state workforce that reflects California's diversity and embeds equity analysis and considerations into our work. Our outreach efforts include career fairs at local universities, as well as various career centers around California, career center events, and career workshops. And these have been instrumental in increasing the number of applications received and ensuring positions in state government are attractive and accessible to Californians from all backgrounds. I'd like to highlight now a few of our inclusive hiring practice strategies. The state of California in 2022 asked all state departments to undertake inclusive hiring practices to advance equity and tackle disparities and bias within the hiring process. CalPERS implemented implicit bias training for all interviewers and utilized tools like enhanced on-gig software, which reviews written language and identifies potential bias. And this ensures that our job postings are free from bias and supports equitable hiring practices. We also, following the success of our rapid recruitment campaign, where we first use anonymous hiring, the CalPERS Human Resources team has volunteered to participate in CalHR's upcoming anonymous hiring pilot. Anonymous hiring is a globally recognized strategy for mitigating bias and removes personally identifiable information such as names and other demographic details from application documents. We look forward to our partnership with the statewide human resources community in this area. Career Center events and career workshops have reduced challenges with the hiring process by providing candidates with direct access to division representatives. These representatives offer insights into roles, division culture, and application best practices, helping candidates navigate the hiring process more effectively. Over the next year, we will continue to evaluate and analyze trends to gain a more comprehensive understanding of our efforts to align our activities with our action plans and goals. Our ability to gather data increases as we successfully convert these applicants into hires. Okay, and while our initial recruitment data highlights significant progress in expanding recruitment efforts, improving diversity and inclusivity, and aligning with evolving organizational priorities, the dramatic growth in applications from historically underrepresented groups reflects a responsive and effective recruitment strategy. Thank you, members of the committee, and that does conclude my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. That was great to hear. I've been watching it as it was started when we did our first rapid recruitment, and was very impressed when I did my new employee orientation. So I want to thank everybody and your team for the work that you guys do, and Brad and everyone here. And I know I have a question. So Mr. Palkey, and then Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, sorry.
All right.
Not so much a question, but just looking at the banners, I just want to share my thanks and support for the approach and the work that went into putting this marketing material together. I know that working at an education facility, at a community college, when the college decided to switch from sort of the stock photos to seeing their peers and the students, and seeing the students' reactions when they saw their peers on the marketing material, it really lightened their day. And so I'm hoping this has this similar effect for our staff and our community here at CalPERS. So thank you.
Thank you. Our team members have been really excited to see their images and the images of their peers on these signs. And I know everyone sort of does the shout outs when they spot someone. You can see Yasmin up there on the top right, I believe, right across the river by the CalSTRS building. So we're very proud of it.
Very good. And of course, right by the CalSTRS building. I like that. Mr. Rufino, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Stocker. I very much enjoy the presentation and the stats, and especially the signs. Those are wonderful. I wish I could restart my career. I will be applying. Question about the survey accountability. So how is the feedback for the employee engagement and the DI surveys being integrated into leadership, performance evaluations, and organizational change?
Thank you, Mr. Rufino. I'm happy to respond to that. So part of the platform that we use includes an excellent action planning feature. So we ask all of our team leaders every year to use that dashboard and work with their teams to identify specific actionable items that they can use to tackle one of their lower scoring items. So it does also provide ideas if they're not sure what to do. As well, we also, as an enterprise, talk at the executive level and at our senior leadership level. And of course, our CEO, Marcy Frost, asks all of the organization to sort of share, work on a few goals. This year, we are really looking at improving cross-divisional collaboration. That does continue to be one of our lower scoring items, as well as the sense of belonging. So those are things that we've seen year after year that crop up. Something new that we're doing this year, again, is that work with our emerging leader cohort, which is a really excellent program that matches developing CalPERS team members who aspire to leadership positions or growth with seasoned CalPERS leaders or executives. And so that's a really great opportunity for them to work together. And those ELP teams this year are working on 4 of our different persistently low scoring areas to identify areas of growth. We also look at, although it's not a specific match to match, but we do consider engagement survey results when we look at team member appraisals, particularly for our executive and our investment managers.
Great. And with respect to retention and the pipeline, with employees' engagement improving, which is good, right? How are we addressing workforce succession planning and ensuring that diverse talent is retained and promoted?
I love these questions, Frank. I feel like, we should. I believe in February, I presented an update on the CalPERS executive succession planning efforts. And so we've really been working steadily on this since last year. Of course, the demography of our succession candidates and that succession pool should naturally match our organization, which should match our membership in the state of California. So we are taking steps to make sure that consideration of demography is included in that process, and that it's included at a point that's distinct from the application process, but nevertheless make sure that the pool that we have is reflective. So our succession planning efforts, after our last presentation, we did do an initial intake with our current executive bench, and we'll be scheduling our next sessions in May with our executive team. And our first focus areas are our executive suite as well as our investment team. So that's part of what I'm doing with Stephen Gilmore over the investment office. So we should have some more updates for you, I think, in the fall.
Thank you for those updates and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Miller.
Yeah, thank you. It's all very encouraging and exciting to see the the movement and the results and all the response. One of the things that I'm kind of curious is when we get candidates, is there any process to look at some of this candidate pool and say, this person, some of these candidates might not be the right fit for a particular position we're recruiting, but might fit really well somewhere else? Is there any way to capitalize on that when they come in? And also, is there a way, like when people are not selected, that they can get some kind of feedback on what they could do to be a better candidate or what they could do to find where they fit? I think even with all the, there've been tremendous improvements in the portal and just throughout California government with the work that we've done as a state to modernize everything. But there seem to be some areas that, we could still have some potential to improve things. And the other thing that's really struck me, especially since working with CalPERS all these last few years, is a lot of the people who've been very, very successful out in the world in a lot of these kinds of hard to recruit areas did not come to them by a traditional route. They didn't become an investment professional by going to get a degree in business or finance. They didn't necessarily become an actuary by deciding at an early age to become an actuary. Sometimes they might have started off being a physicist or something completely different, but they had some of the fundamentals that allowed them to be really successful if their passion took them there and their interest took them there. And it's something that, are we looking at some of these classifications when we look at what the minimum qualifications, what kind of ideal candidate? I think often when I look at them, I think, wow, this is really kind of narrow and old-fashioned, and we're potentially missing out on some real talent. And so I'm just wondering, I know CalPERS doesn't necessarily have that much discretion on these things in the short term, but are we trying to cast our net a little bit more broadly and try to modernize some of this, or maybe even tailor some of our position descriptions and classifications to our specific needs and the way things kind of work out in the real world these days?
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Happy to answer those questions. And interesting, your comment about hiring physicists in the investment office actually about identically matches a conversation I had with our CIO, Mr. Gilmore, when I came over, and he said some of the best hires I've made were physicists or, creative sorts. And yes, musicians, yes. Just talking about the, incredible synergy you can have when you bring in people from various backgrounds. So I would say broadly, yes, and let me kind of take through some of your questions. So your first question was, what do we do to really make sure that we're capturing candidates who come to us and maybe aren't quite the right fit for this job, but might be a good fit for another? So using the rapid recruitment strategies, which we've used and refined, I would say, over time, it has allowed us to hire in cohorts more, which often results in being able to identify a candidate who might not be quite right for this particular spot, but might be good for this one, and it's under the same recruitment. So that's one way I think that we've seen that be successful. I think we're doing a lot with the outreach that we're having on campus events. So we're able to talk to candidates. Candidates are able to, in some of our career events, actually talk to the specific division leadership. So for example, if Dallas, my colleague, was hiring for one of his positions, candidates could actually talk to him and hear what it's like to work there or other leaders on his team. So I think that has helped people find a better fit. We have a career outreach team, which does a fantastic job in monitoring and managing these events, but they also offer candidate feedback. So they'll help anybody who's applying, whether it's a member of the public, whether it's a current CalPERS team member, with preparation for their interview. They'll do mock interviews, they'll review their application package and their SOQs. Post-interview, they'll work with them. So that's a great benefit that people have, and we do try to promote that. You talked about time. We have certainly worked very hard to make the timing as short as possible, recognizing that it is a merit-based system, and sometimes to assure merit, it does, take a little bit longer. So we really try to balance those elements. For our hard to recruit areas, I did talk a little bit about ways that we're looking to do outreach to different groups. And I think by going to some of these different universities, we've had a lot of really promising results. There's work with the state of California as a whole to change and modify and really examine what educational patterns are necessary for different roles. And I think that's a really positive change that we're seeing that I think will open up opportunities. You're correct that minimum qualifications, it is a lengthy process to update those, and so it does take time to get them updated. And that's where we really do work very hard with our hiring managers, our team leaders, and candidates to see where we can help people. If there's not a fit in one area, if we can get them there another way. Of course, with the state, there was lots of ways to hire. There's lots of ways to be appointed. So we try to be creative, use training and development opportunities, and do whatever we can to get team members into spots where they'll grow and thrive. And yeah, I know Mr. Gilmore is really excited about that, and so am I.
Yeah, thank you. And just fantastic work for you. Thanks to the whole team. I just see the results with the new employee orientations and some of the tremendous new talent we're bringing on board. And it's just really, really impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tucker. Before we move to our final speaker, we did want to share that we recently completed some branding and messaging around the work that we've discussed today that you'll see there on the screen. And our goal is to tell an impactful and consistent story to our members about our DEI work that aligns with our mission and values. The overall message is building better together. You can see some examples here, and they are also reflected in the annual report that we distributed earlier today. We'll begin to use this as we communicate with our members externally about this work. So with that, I mentioned at the top of our presentation that a lot of work happens outside of the 5 pillars that we've talked about today, and one of those areas is in our customer services and support division or branch. So we've invited Mr. Rubio here to talk about some of the work that he's doing.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is David Rubio, CalPERS team member. I'm happy to share the various ways the customer services and support branch help our members by communicating in the most effective way to build an inclusive member experience. Providing language services to our members improves service delivery, enhances customer satisfaction, and boosts CalPERS' organizational reputation. Helping public servants in their preferred language to better understand their benefits is important for our members as they're making life-changing decisions. This also complies with the California Government Code known as the Dimally Aleatory Bilingual Services Act. This law mandates that state agencies take reasonable steps to ensure limited English and non-English speaking individuals have access to services and programs in their preferred languages. And includes providing interpretive services and translated documents to ensure equitable access, fair treatment for all residents regardless of their language proficiency. As you can see on the slide, the contact center uses a vendor to provide interpreter services in over 21 languages, the majority being in Spanish, with the second and third being Cantonese and Vietnamese respectively. In our 8 regional offices located throughout the state, we also provide benefit counseling, interpreter services, using an interpreter vendor when we don't have a Spanish counselor available that speaks that language. We have 6 Spanish certified counselors in our offices and 20 voluntarily assist members in Spanish in languages such as, in Spanish additionally, Cantonese, Tagalog, Arabic, Hmong, and Thai. The top 3 languages requested in the regional offices is similar to those in the contact center. Spanish is by far the most requested language, non-English language requested, followed by Cantonese and Tagalog. Regarding our classes, we started offering a planning your retirement basics in Spanish, including translating the learner guide, which summarizes the class evaluation, and marketing materials. These have been highly successful, and we have created a video that is posted to the CalPERS YouTube channel called Lo Esencial para Planificar su Jubilación. We have developed internal job aids in Spanish for counselors to reference in some of our most common inquiries, such as retirement planning checklist, retirement options descriptions, a glossary of terms. This ensures consistency across all offices when assisting members in Spanish. In addition, our Survivor Benefits team presented a pre-retirement Survivor Benefits employer webinar to the California School for the Deaf with American Sign Languages interpreters, which was very well received. A critical service we also offer both virtually and in person is the emergency disability retirement process. This is critical to the family of a member facing a terminal situation. The family is already under extreme stress, so our ability to assist in securing the member's earned benefits for their family relieves at least a little of that stress for the family. Moving into our customer service delivery, we offer our counseling services and educational classes at our 8 regional offices, both in person and virtually via video or phone. We do this to serve our members' diverse needs and ensure greater accessibility and equity for our participants. We also offer our CalPERS benefit education events 3 times per fiscal year in person across the state and twice virtually, offering the same classes and access to our internal and partnering organization experts. Lastly, we have improved the accessibility of our forms by making them gender neutral and ensuring they conform to CalPERS external forms and letters policy and the accessibility policy. So in conclusion, CSS has supported and progressed various efforts to improve equity of service delivery, enhance customer satisfaction. Our key accomplishments are expanding language services, flexible service delivery, and improved communication tools. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. You know what I didn't know? That we had a contractor for other language, for interpreter interactions, but also, I don't know how big our call center is. So 6 certified Spanish speakers, which is our team members, is that correct?
That's correct, and those are in our regional offices.
Those are in our regional offices, and then we have a contact center here, right?
We have contact center. We have across the enterprise. We have a list of people who voluntarily also assist in other languages.
Okay,
And they're
we
accessible
have
by the contact center, but they also
a bunch of Spanish
use it.
speakers, I assume, that are certified.
In the contact center?
Yeah.
I don't believe we have any in the contact center.
Oh wow!
That are certified.
Really?
I believe they have Spanish speakers who are also able to help voluntarily, such as those in the regional offices. But the certification requires a minimum by HR of how many interactions they process as their base, and then they qualify for certification. They have to pass a certification test before they're able to attain that.
So they volunteer first before they get the money for it, is what you're saying?
It depends. It depends on how many interactions they conduct in that language. They have to meet a minimum threshold.
Okay. It's 10%? Okay.
10%, yes.
Yeah, I couldn't remember from my own agency what it was, but I was, so we don't have that many then that are certified. We just have people volunteering.
Correct.
Mr. Rubio, may I just
Please do.
You know, I always want state workers getting this money, so so go ahead.
Yes, and so we do do the bilingual certification, and that's absolutely correct. There's an exam they have to pass for each language, and then to qualify as a certified bilingual position, you have to have regular contact at a certain percentage. So I think to meet that gap, the call center also uses a certified language interpretive service. That way, there's no impact to the member. But just wanted to.
Right. I'm just a little I don't know. Again, I don't know how big our call centers are, but I'm a little dismayed that we don't have our own certified, because I know that at my agency we have 2 or 3 full units of Spanish-speaking certified workers. So I think we may want to figure out how we use less contractors and more of our folks. And maybe they don't want to take the test and they don't want the extra $150 or whatever.
I can discuss that with the team.
Yeah.
One of the total volume of calls that the call center receives compared to the language services we offer is 0.3% of the call volume they receive per year.
Okay. Wow. I'm a little surprised. Thank you very much. Mr. Ruffino. Oh, darn it. That didn't work. Hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Madam President.
You can call me chair. I don't care.
That's okay. So first of all, I want to say a big thank you, provide a testimonial to you, Mr. Rubio, and a big thank you to you and Ms. Mom, because our office experienced one of our constituents, member, called and he passed away, and the widow did not speak English, and we needed somebody, and we were kind of like all in a panic, and then we call your office and we call you, and you provided, that service beautifully. And it was, like you said in your presentation, it was a great blessing, not only to the widow, but to all of us involved. And it was a moment also that made all of us collectively proud of our service. So thank you to both and to your staff. Question, real quick, regarding your language and disability access. And the question is there a metric that CalPERS uses to assess the effectiveness of language access and ACL services? And are there plans to expand to more languages or disability services?
The services we provide today, we accommodate all American Sign Language requests, language requests. We monitor the volumes that we offer and then make any adjustments that we need to make. As far as the grander plan of addressing or offering services in other languages, I believe Brad has a little bit more information on that.
Yes, Mr. Ruffino, I mentioned this in our last slide, but we are adding multi-language capability to our website in the next couple of months so that any member can translate the website into whatever language they would like.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. And one other quick question regarding technology and equity. How are digital tools being evaluated to ensure equitable access for rural members or those with disabilities or even those lacking broadband access?
Well, services for people lacking broadband access, that's still something we're exploring how to address that. It's a little challenging. We do for the regional offices. When we look at rural areas, we do look to do targeted education and go out into those areas. As far as accessibility, like I mentioned before, we do offer virtual services to be accessible to anybody, both for our counseling sessions and for our classes as well, and through the emergency retirement process.
All right, at least we're thinking about it. Mm-hmm. Thank you all.
Mr. Ruffino, I would just add that we have a very high standard in terms of accessibility. All the documents and everything that we put on our website are accessible.
Excellent. Thank you again. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffino. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I'd like to ask you a follow-up a little bit on the same thing. With the American Sign Language interpreters and other accessibility programs, are you partnering with the statewide Disability Advisory Council on any of these parameters?
Mr. Pacheco, we do partner with them through our ERGs, our employer resource groups, but it's something certainly that we can look at in terms of partnerships with our customer contact center.
I just feel like they're a very engaging group. I've had the privilege and the honor of speaking with them and telling them about my story with my my own disability, my own dyslexia and so forth. So it's been a very, I think it's a very moving organization and very engaging, very positive. So I feel that would be something to look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Palkey.
Thank you, Mr. Rubio. I'm very limited on sign language, but I do know the pleasantries.
You reached my capacity also.
Again, thank you for all the work that you and Ms. Malm are doing with the regional offices and the teams out there in the field. Great event in Burbank from what I've seen. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, but I've really appreciate those events because the amount of school employees that come back to me and say, hey, I was helped, and from our team members, it's very much appreciated. Going to the topic of technology and translations for our members, do we have the capabilities of that technology being accurate so that we remove any sort of risk when it comes to those translations?
I'm going to ask Stevenson Loveson, our CIO, to come up here and just touch on that.
Okay, Stevenson Loveson, the Chief Information Officer and team member CalPERS. It's a great question. So we are exploring various technologies. On the very first iteration, we are looking at out-of-the-box translation capabilities in Google Translate or Amazon Web Service translation engines. And when we redesign our whole website, we are looking to adding more capabilities, looking at context-specific technologies to produce more accurate translations, our publications, forms, all of them in totality. So there's a multi-step process. The very first process would be to develop content that are readily accessible for our multilingual members.
Thank you.
That was sufficient?
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. With that, I'm going to throw it back to you, Brad.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Rubio. So just in conclusion, we appreciate your attention this morning and hope that all of this information demonstrates our commitment to our diversity, equity, and inclusion framework. I wanted to touch on a few things that you can expect to see in the future. We will continue this work that we shared this morning and capture the work that's done outside of the framework, like Mr. Rubio explains. We'll implement the messaging that we shared with you on all of our platforms, to communicate our work to our members, employers, and stakeholders. And this will include working with like-minded industry partners that currently exist and finding new organizations where CalPERS can expand its reach and influence. There are a few projects of note in the coming months. I already mentioned that we're adding multi-language capability to the website. We have our ever popular Diversity and Inclusion Day for our team members at the end of this month on April 30th. We have nearly 100 team members who are volunteering to host 29 booths showcasing cultures, countries, and diverse topics. And as Mr. Silva already mentioned, our Catalyst Conference in May at the Safe Credit Union. To date, we have 350 attendees registered to join us, and 2 keynote speakers that we'll be announcing soon. One of those is Richelieu Dennis. He is the founder of Sundial Brands and Essence Ventures. And the second is Jessica Alba, the co-founder of The Honest Company. So both of those keynote speakers will be joining us for the conference. And lastly, also our 2 CEOs, Marcy and Cassandra Licknock, will be sitting down and having a conversation with California's first partner, Jennifer Siebel-Newsome, about funding women-backed ventures. So with that, we all thank you again, and we're happy to answer any additional questions.
Brad, thank you very much. I do have a question coming up. Ms. Walker.
Not necessarily a question for Brad, because I don't think that you can answer this, but I would like, as a board, to renew our commitment to hiring a DEI consultant for the board. And so I'd like to talk about that, which is outside your scope, Brad.
Is it outside the scope today? I don't, is it?
It should not be.
Yeah.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
That's what I thought.
That's what I thought too. Very clear.
And do you want to kick us off? Or
Yeah, I'd like to make an emotion, actually.
can we just, I'll make the motion, get it second, and then we'll
And then I
discuss.
can talk, yes.
Yeah, okay,
I think Melissa said she'll second.
okay. So go ahead.
So, I just, after, I thought at our meeting in February, we were on track to continue the process, RFP process of hiring a DEI consultant. We had a discussion then. Post-meeting, I was informed that it was put on pause. And I had a problem with it, one, because I don't think that anything should be put on pause once the board has said, let's do this, as opposed without having a further commitment from the board to say, yes, we'll put it on pause, because that was a board decision, and it should have remained a board decision, which is why I'm bringing this up. While I appreciate, and I'm glad to hear all of the work that is going on as it relates to DEI, I still think that it is important that the board has a consultant. And in the RFP, it says that the consultant was to advise the board and designated CalPERS leadership in connection with the organization's internal and external efforts to improve and implement a fully integrated, best-in-class DEI program. It's also important to note that we say we are a global leader with a fiduciary duty to deliver pension and health benefits to millions of public employees who serve California. We have a responsibility to champion DEI policies that create equitable opportunities, improve financial performance, and set an example of DEI integration for others to follow. I think it is extremely important for the board to have a consultant to make sure that we are, moving along, along the right road. None of us are experts in this. We all have ideas, but we're not experts. And I especially think it's important to continue hiring the consultant when you consider all the things that are going on right now in Washington and coming out of Washington. It will be a way to help us stay on track, right? And make sure that we're doing the right things. So that was what I wanted to say.
So can I get your motion? You didn't actually give me the motion.
Oh, I thought I did. I'm sorry. That I wanted to move that the CalPERS board recommits their intention to release the RFP and hire a DEI consultant for the board.
Thank you, and I have a second.
That was Melissa.
Melissa, thank you. All right, so we've got the motion on the floor. The maker of the motion has made the argument. Does the second want to, since I already have you here, talk?
Sure, thank you. I first want to say thank you for the presentation. It reminds me of a Greg Popovich quote, "You can't win if everyone isn't touching the ball," and everyone touched the ball this morning, so I appreciate that. But in basketball, like at CalPERS, I don't think success is just about one superstar like doing it all or doing it in a vacuum. And you guys are all superstars, and that's clear. But I think success is about coordinated movement. It's about working together. As you heard today through the questions, this board's really engaged on the work that's being done and wants to know more and work with the staff on setting that future. As fiduciaries, we hold a solemn legal and ethical duty to act in the best interest of our beneficiaries. And this duty does include maximizing financial sustainability, reducing systemic risk, and ensuring equitable access to benefits. And that duty obligates us to have an intentional focus on our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, not as a feel-good exercise or as an annual report, but as a risk management strategy and to safeguard the long-term health and credibility of our organization. CalPERS is a complex organization, right? We have investment consultants, executive search consultants, IT consultants, audit and compliance consultants, organizational analysis and performance improvement consultants, risk management and strategy consultants. And almost a year ago, or actually a year ago, our board, to meet our fiduciary obligation in addressing systemic risk, to keep up with and align with California's legal, social, and workforce realities, along with the changing landscape on the state and federal levels, we've asked for a dedicated DE&I consultant. It's concerning that we've done that almost a year ago. We expected this RFP to be done by October of last year, and it's nowhere to be seen. And just as our actuaries yesterday guided our board on long-term funding risks, a DE&I consultant can help guide our board and executive staff on long-term equity risks. And both are critical to our system's sustainability. Because systemic inequities, whether along lines of race, gender, disability, or socioeconomic status, are not just social problems, they are a fiduciary risk. They affect our workforce retention, our productivity, ultimately the performance of our funds and services that this board is charged with. And systemic inequities are costly. The public servants that I see every day who keep our communities here in California running can't afford those costs. In the 5 presentations today, and yes, we had 5 separate presentations today, we noted 15 business plan initiatives, 21 strategic measures, 72 deliverables. I'm concerned that we are not working as a team on one initiative. And I don't want to diminish each of our superstars' presentations or the work, but I heard a lot of disaggregated data, details, and I didn't see an integrated, coordinated effort across all of our pillars. By design, pillars don't move and cross over each other. And I don't see the overlap in the work that's being done, and I'm wondering what was left out. What's in the gaps between those pillars? Because those gaps can expose our plan to legal liabilities, it's a damage to our reputation, and it can erode trust among our stakeholders. I think a DE&I consultant brings tools to identify those disparities. As noted, we are not experts. I think a DE&I consultant can help recommend corrective best practices, policies, and can align internal processes with best practices. It will reduce our legal exposure and reinforce fiduciary integrity. At CalPERS, there are legacy structures and internal politics, and sometimes those can obscure the full picture. I think a DE&I consultant can provide an independent lens free from institutional blind spots. And they can do the work our team members can't, just like a number of the other consultants we hire with professional detachment and expertise. I strongly urge my colleagues on the board to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willett. Ms. Ortega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Willett makes a very compelling argument for why DEI is within our fiduciary duty. I think, though, that we have learned over many presentations by our fiduciary council that what's very important for a board is that you engage in a process of considering the risks of the action that you're taking. And so before we vote on this motion, I would very much like to hear from council about what the fiduciary risk is, given the environment that we're in terms of challenges to us taking on this initiative.
Thank you, Reina. I believe Tiffany is in the audience. Would you mind? I know everyone did get an ACP, but I would like thank you.
Tiffany Reese with Fakery Drinker, Fiduciary Council. So I think the first consideration to think about here, and we can talk a little bit more about the risks and litigation risks specifically, and I think that's more appropriately a topic for executive session. But it's important to understand how much things have changed since the board made the decision to hire a consultant. And so the political paradigm has shifted, but also the law has shifted. And there are a number of pending cases. There's over 161 pending litigation matters in federal courts right now. There's been a number of executive orders. There's been different regulatory agency rulemaking. And then also there's been the directives from the Department of Justice. So a lot has changed since you made the determination to hire a DEI consultant. And so what I think is important to understand is that the law is substantially in flux at this point in time. And it remains unclear as of, April 15th of 2025, what is and what is not illegal DEI. And so I think it's important to be mindful of that when you're making a decision, is that we are in a period of tremendous uncertainty, and what is in bounds and what is out of bounds as it relates to diversity, equity, inclusion practices, both from an employment perspective, also from a contracting perspective, which includes investments, is very much unclear as of this point in time.
Okay, and I know that there are things that we can't discuss except at closed session, but I do wonder, so there haven't been decisions on the court cases, but we have seen actual action against universities so far on these things. So do we foresee us being in the spotlight? Is that what you're basically, that before the law is settled and we can, if we do this, are you saying that it could cause a risk financially because of lawsuits? Is that what basically is, or can we not answer that question?
So I'm just consulting about open session versus closed session in terms of litigation risk. I strongly encourage you to have a lot of the discussions about litigation risk and potential for litigation risk in closed session to the extent that you're able to.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Ortega, do you feel that information was sufficient for now? I don't have you anymore. Sorry. There you go.
I think what I'm struggling with is my understanding of the need for the board to have a process to consider risk around fiduciary duty. And I don't know, I'm not quite sure how we're going to get there in terms of a motion being on the table. Again, I think the idea of a consultant supporting the activities that were presented today and bringing that coordination across the agency, those are things that don't strike me as being as risky as some of the things that may be in the press and in what's being considered right now in terms of illegal activity, although it's an unknown question until some of those cases are resolved. What I'm struggling with is, how does this board go through a process of ensuring that the action that we take is not going to be challenged? Or if it were challenged, we could document that we had gone through a substantial process to make sure we had given those considerations. I think about this in the context of all of the ESG issues that come before us, and we talk extensively about the need to have considered, weighed all of the pros and cons of the decisions that we're making on behalf of the beneficiaries. So that's where I'm struggling with a vote without a full consideration of the pros and cons and the risks, I think is putting us at risk in a challenge. How do we get through that process is the question I'm asking.
So, okay. I think the first step is to understand understand the risks that are involved and kind of go through somewhat of a scenario analysis with those risks and understand kind of where the realistic risks meet your risk tolerance as a board, and then also understand how that aligns with your values as well, because these are not a collection of individual values. These are values that you guys have established as an organization. And so go through a process as a board to understand the totality of risks, from a litigation perspective, from an investment perspective, from an executive action perspective, understand kind of the timing, right? Because as I mentioned, there are 161 cases pending. There's a lot of uncertainty in this administration. So sometimes it's not about so much as what decision do you make, so much as when you make it. And then also, risk tolerance, understanding the totality of risk, scenario planning, and then also as a group, understanding what your organizational values are, what some of your objectives are, and how that aligns with your risk tolerance. So I think it's a broad strategic discussion.
Ms. Ortega, I would just add specifically to your question, I think the sort of discussion and information you're looking for, we really need to go into closed session later this morning to further discuss the potential pending litigation risk to this board around this area. That's really what I would recommend that we do before the board takes action on this particular motion.
Thank you.
So before I move forward, I also had a question, but would you guys be willing to come back into open session to take the vote after going into closed session?
I would. I do want to make sure that we.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just sitting there looking at you.
I know, and I'm answering you. I would be okay with that, with the understanding that, yes, we are going to come, we're going to have the discussion, we're going to come back and we're going to have a vote. And this is not just a thing to push it off. And it'll be months before we come back and talk about it. But if we are going to do it today, then I'm fine with going into closed session, and whatever we have to discuss in private, we'll discuss in private. But the vote should be in public, and we should be clear about where the board is and why.
Okay. So I also, the arguments made by Ms. Walker and Ms. Willett are very compelling. I just want to clarify, as I understood it, when the board put together the subcommittee, et cetera, to look into this, I don't think we came to a pause as much as we wanted to relook at the RFP, as I understood it. But I would like, and then, no time did I, say that we were paused on this. I was just trying to get my own clarification when I was having my discussions with Ms. Willett and Ms. Frost. But I wanted to get Ms. Frost to kind of comment on the timeline, because I know that we went back out for the RFP. We went out for the RFP, and then if you could go forward with that so that the rest of the board knows.
So we did issue the RFP. We had a number of respondents, and we narrowed that larger pool down to approximately 6 firms. As we were going through the evaluation process on those 6 firms and the way that CalPERS processes these RFPs and the bids is that we look at the bid based on how well does that bid meet the scope of work that was stated in the RFP. So from that, you get a ranking of your respondents. The second piece of the RFP is you start to open the bid proposals. And the bid proposals are weighted and are given a score. When those two things were compared, we found that there was obviously some confusion around the scope of work, and the disparity in the types of bids based on that scope of work was very significant. So the subcommittee, Teresa, Melissa, myself, and some other internal team members, Doug included, decided we needed to stop that RFP, reissue an RFP, making sure that the statement of work was very clear so that the bids were more, complementary to that scope of work or that statement of work. What we also did as a part of that process for the 6 respondents who we felt had high skill set, met the scope of the work, we did have Brad Pacheco reach out to each one of them and explain the process, and that to be on the ready to respond if they were continuing to be interested after they reviewed the new scope of work or new statement of work, which it wasn't a significant change. It was just a refining of that criteria. So then,
okay.
Which I can
but
pause.
I want her to finish, so go ahead, just one question.
So then, as
Wait, I'm sorry, just what you said, when you said that you refined the RFP, that language, was it brought before this body? Did we look at it?
no, that has not been looked at by the committee, but it isn't a change in the responsibilities. It is more clarification. So additional language around the deliverables under the RFP.
Yes, I understand that.
So no,
It's
you have not
refined.
seen the updated.
But we saw the
You
previous
saw the first one.
version.
Right.
And do you have a plan to bring the refined version to us?
I can certainly send that out to you today. It's ready to launch. Everything is in order, ready to launch. So I can get that out to everyone in just a moment if you want to take a look at that as a part of this
I think
deliberative
that would be
process.
helpful in informing our decision as we go into closed session, informing our decision as we come out of closed session and we start to deliberate on the item on the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So then I would say, as Tiffany has indicated, the law around DE&I changed pretty significantly here in the United States. And so from the board's fiduciary responsibilities, we wanted to make sure, one, that the language in the RFP met the fiduciary responsibilities under these new pending executive orders, which could potentially have an impact on law. But just anything that would stand out there that we would need to have a conversation with the board about. So that was refined. Again, you'll see some slight modifications, nothing significant there. And then we had the pre-meeting on getting ready to relaunch this. We had the pre-meeting. And as I understand, the purpose of that meeting was for the subcommittee to understand the status of the RFP, understand the additional fiduciary considerations in moving forward. And at that point in time, Teresa indicated that we needed to bring this back to the full board for consideration, that the risks around DE&I in the United States have changed enough that the full board should reconsider, which is Ms. Walker's motion, should reconsider under that risk, those additional risks or new risks that have been identified, whether the board feels still the need to move forward with issuing the RFP and bringing in a consultant. And then at the same time, we're also hiring our diversity, equity, and inclusion employee after Marlene Timberlake Deodamo left at the end of the year. So that's where we're at. That's how, as I understand it, as status of our last call. And
my understanding was relatively the same. I do know that after Marlene left, hiring the DE&I officer that reports to you was something that we needed to do. Hiring the consultant for the board was to complement Marlene. It wasn't to hire a new consultant. That was why we originally decided to hire the consultant for the board, was to complement Marlene. So that's what I understood this to be, and that is why I made sure that it got brought to the subcommittee and then brought back to the board, because things have changed. So I just wanted to make sure of that. Malia, did you still want to speak on the motion? Can you hit your button again? Because you were at the top. Hold on. I only move so fast and that doesn't work all the time. There we go.
Okay, I was trying to just bring a little bit of clarity on what exactly we're voting, because the question that Trustee Ortega raises in terms of process around fiduciary duty is incredibly important. But I also feel like we are voting on the releasing of an RFP. So Trustee Ortega's question raised is imperative, but not, it's loosely connected to the releasing of the RFP. Today, we're here to say, yes, we want an RFP to go out, and which is why I asked for the language. I was unaware that it was fine-tuned. I don't know if anyone else was aware that the language was fine-tuned, but I would like to see how that fine-tuning is. But the action today is, do we release the RFP with the refined language to begin to engage with a consultant, right? That is the issue. I'm looking for someone to answer.
Well, that is the motion as we understand it on the table. I
Okay.
think, and Ms. Ortega can speak for herself, but I think
Okay.
what she's wanting to have a further understanding of is whether the board followed a very deliberate process to make the determination of the DEI consultant under the new framework of the executive orders and the Trump administration's policies around DE&I. She just wants to make sure that we've made a good fiduciary decision based on a very strong process. And as Robert indicated, we can go into closed and go into some of that pending litigation and make sure that the board has gone through every one of those process steps and at the end of it, come back for the vote.
Well, I think what I'm trying to do is make a clear demarcation and make sure that we're not muddying the water. The pending litigation is important to know because it's part of the environment that we're making decisions in. But the matter here today is, do we go forward? And as we know, Member Willett went down the long list of consultants that we already engage with. Consultants are very important to our decision-making process. They provide information, they provide insight, they provide real-time information to help us make decisions. And also noting that, I think in your remarks, you talked about the risk associated with this particular topic. There is risk associated with every single topic that we're talking about. I mean, there was an article in the paper talking about CalPERS. Was it Sacramento? Sacramento had it in the papers about CalPERS and how destabilizing the Trump administration's policies are to our plan, to our investment. So I just want to make sure, speak to my colleagues and just saying there is risk associated with everything that we are doing, but the action that we're going to take today is, do we put out the RFP? I don't know your last name, Tiffany.
Reeves.
Ms. Reeves. There was a statement that was made about DE&I laws changing. Were there laws in existence, or was this more policy?
So I'm talking about discrimination and anti-discrimination laws and some of the challenges to DEI programming in the context of discrimination laws. And I'm happy to talk about this more in executive session. But I think the idea as it relates to this particular motion that's on the table is understanding the totality of the risks involved in this vote prior to making a decision would be a prudent process.
And so you are advocating that we go into closed session so that we can understand the totality of making this vote.
Of the risks involved.
Of the risk involved. Because you are of the position that there are risks involved. It's more than just releasing this RFP.
I'm of the, it's not my opinion. It's the fact is that that a lot has changed in the last year as it relates to interpretations of discrimination and diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so it's important when you're making this decision to understand how much has changed from a litigation perspective, from executive orders, from Department of Labor directives, and then also from a regulatory perspective. So, and I'm not suggesting that we can talk about this more in a closed session, but I think it's important to understand the changes that have happened in the last 9 months, and then also how that could potentially implicate this organization from a risk perspective.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Okay, so now I'm speaking to our members and people that are here, part of the public that are vested in this part of the conversation. I have a question. Are we going to take public comment on this before we go into closed session?
We have public comment on D.
On D, okay.
So it's open public comment.
Okay.
So no, not on this particular item.
So the answer is no. All right. Thank you. I have no other questions. I'll reserve the rest for later.
All right. Mr. Rubalcava.
Thank you, Madam President. In our opening comments from our CEO, one thing was laid out is that we always are in a land of uncertainty, and we're long-term investors, and we have policies and practices that sustain us for long-term. And one thing that hasn't changed, I think, is our mission and our values are still the same. They have not changed. So the challenge is, how do we sustain them in the long term? And we understand that there's a lot of uncertainty in the political environment also. But I was troubled by the statement, the laws have changed. I mean, the interpretation perhaps, I mean, the laws are the same. Anti-discrimination, laws are the same, but how people interpret them or try
Correct.
enforcement, that's perhaps what has changed in the atmosphere. And there's definitely a very not favorable environment. So we do need to make sure that we do what's good for the interest of our members and our beneficiaries, and how it impacts our investments and the decisions of the outcome. So I think we do need to look at it in that format. And so just like we make decisions that perhaps we need to change our approach to investments, what approach we take, whether it's the TPA or something else, or what are the actuarial assumptions we make, we also have to make decisions on how do we reinforce our missions and our values, our mission and our values, so that we can withstand whatever turbulence there is in the political and socio-economic environment. So I would be in favor of studying, I'm sorry, that's the wrong word, but I would be in favor of not backing up, not backing away from the decisions we've made because there's some headwinds or something, but we do need to make sure that we understand why we're making the decision and how it reinforces and sustains our mission, our values, so we deliver for our members.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palkey. Oh, wait, hold on. There you go.
Thank you. I don't think there's any one of us here that disagrees with anything diversity, equity, and inclusion. I know working at a college in the theater department, it takes a lot of us to put together one show. And it takes every single team member to do the best that they can so that that audience sees that end product. I know there was a comment earlier about 5 different reports, but all of those reports put together is, I believe, what we're trying to accomplish. However, there is one individual missing from that group. And for me, I feel that I'm not understanding what the consultant can do that this missing position can't. And so before I I'm putting that all into context and then trying to put my own personal thoughts and beliefs aside so that I can act as a fiduciary in this manner, I need a more robust visual or a presentation or a report or something that addresses the risk, that addresses so how do we minimize issues when it comes to our fiduciary responsibility? But then also we continue this work to promote a safe environment for our members, our staff, and then including our investors. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Palkey. Mr. Pacheco, hold on a second. Nope, there it went. Yay.
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. And thank you, Ms. Reed, for your comments. I want to go back. You had mentioned in your comments to us that you said the law is in flux, and that what is and what is not legal DEI.
Just to pause you for a moment, because it is a privileged memo. Yes. So I would just encourage you to reference it in executive session.
Sure, absolutely. Then my comments will be reserved at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pacheco, just real quick, I think basically kind of what Mr. Rubalcava said. So we're dealing with the same laws, civil rights laws, that are now being interpreted differently by the Justice Department and the White House. So, and whether or not our courts are going to agree with that interpretation, which we have not got a decision on yet. Ms. Walker, go ahead. Oops, nope. But this finger does not want to work on this thing. There we go.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because I do agree with us going into executive session to discuss any of the legal ramifications, but there's still a robust discussion that comes after that when we come back into open session.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear about that. And I also wanted to point out that I appreciate the timeline, Marcy. It was the same one you delivered at the last meeting. And Matt delivered the litigation that we were facing. And at the time, he said, like, he wasn't making a recommendation one way or the other, just so that the board knew that these things were out there. So this isn't new for us. I just want to point that out. So, thank you.
All right, so with that, I think I'll ask for a motion to adjourn into closed session in a second. Okay, so moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Palkey. With that, we'll adjourn now into closed session for items 1 through 3 from the closed session, in addition to what we discussed talking about. We will receive the general counsel's update on pending litigation. After the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session and take a vote on this matter and a discussion. So I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Let me get to your public comment. Sorry, JJ. Yes, you are. Yes. No, we can't.
I will point out, you said you were going to do D and then go. Thank you. JJ Jelensik, RPEA Director of Health Benefits. I want to thank you for your work defending and administering the trust. As trustees, you have a legal obligation to act as prudent experts and a duty of care and prudence. Today, you approved a 10-year contract. Well, I had an argument with a couple of board members about whether it was a 7+3 or a 10-year contract. Staff told you that if they were unhappy with the vendor, they were going to extend it. So the only way it's a 7-year contract is if they're happy with the vendor and decide to drop it. What is this contract going to do? Well, it's going to aid investment management, but then a Bloomberg terminal does that too. The truth is that nobody really knows, and that you've been told that the specs and the functions are still in the process of being developed. A 10-year contract. What does it cost? Well, who knows? And I guess who really cares? It kind of reminds me of Accenture and the pension resumption project and Fiscal. Speaking of Accenture, who's the vendor? Given the level of expertise, prudence, and care in your administration of the fund, one has to wonder what else is out there. No wonder your agents, their allies, are so opposed to creating an inspector general. I will see you next month. Let me correct that. I will see you in 2 months because we don't want to meet too often. And I thank you for your time. I also would point out on a separate issue that you all have a copy of the pending litigation language on from the Bagley-Keene Act. And it deals with cases where you are suing, you are being sued, or the situation is to the point where it is highly likely you will be sued. I urge you to actually look at the language of the law. Thank you.
All right, with that, I want to ask the pleasure of the board. It is 11:38. Would you like to meet for lunch? Because it sounds like this might be a long session. Anybody? Before we do this?
Have lunch first, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Vote. All right. So we're.
Teresa,
Huh?
If there's any way we can power through, Tiffany is available until another hour.
Oh, okay, so Tiffany's, so let's do that then. Let's make sure that Tiffany's still available.
And we can break in an hour right in the midst of closed.
But we do have to take a break anyway.
Sure.
So, we are taking a 15-minute break. So let's say it's 40, and we're gonna be back at 55. Welcome back from that very quick lunch. We don't need to retake roll, do we? Nope, okay. So I just wanted to make sure before we start in on continuing the debate on the motion, and I hate to put you on the spot because I know you're looking for some lipstick. But I was wondering, I would like a process, is what I would like. I would like either to run them concurrently if we vote yes, or one or the other first. I don't care, but I think concurrently might be a good idea since it's going to take us a little while to get to the state's preferences or whatever. Well, you're shrugging.
Concurrently meaning.
Together.
Just to be clear, so I'm just waiting for this part of the process with CalHR, and we're launching the recruitment.
Okay, so then that one's not going to go anyway. So
Yes.
now we have to send out an RFP. Oh, there you are. I looked a minute ago. You weren't there. There you are.
Yeah, so I don't think the process with CalHR will take long. It has to be posted for 30 days pursuant to the SPB regs. I do want to make clear, we got this CEA proposal in mid-March. So I
Oh, no, you've been going. I'm not saying you're taking.
No, I just want to be sure that it's not like we've been.
No.
withering
I just want to run
No.
them together if we could.
Yeah, no, if I inferred that, that was not, my intent. It was more, we had to do a job description that fit a CEA out of an investment director, and that took a little bit of time to do. Marlene left at the end of the year.
Right. December, yeah, I remember. Okay, so I'm going to restart debates on the motion to move forward with the RFP. Everybody want to push their buttons? Thank you. There we go. Debate on the motion to send the RFP as corrected, I believe. And I'm going to call on Yvonne, but I want to make sure that we are going to get that.
I will, as I did prior, I will send you a copy of the RFP before it would ever go on the street.
In case we need more changes. This has calluses on it. And for some odd reason, I can't use that finger. There we go. Ms. Walker.
Okay. So not to, I just want to say, I would hope the board would support the motion. This is not an either or. You have the staff person or you have the consultant and you have to do them consecutively. You can put them out both at the same time. It's not going to go out tomorrow. And there's going to be time. It still goes through the subcommittee, then it's got to come back to the board to, talk to or accept the recommendation of whoever we want, right? Just like they did with Stephen, right? There was a whole lot of people, well, maybe not a whole lot of people, but there were people, more than Stephen. And, we had a subcommittee and then they brought it back to the board and the board, interviewed him and everything else. I believe, and this is wearing my fiduciary hat, which I always wear when I sit in this seat, I believe that this is the right thing for the fund. I believe it's the right thing for the board to do, and I believe it's the right thing for the people that we represent. And so I hope that we can get a yes vote and continue to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Miller. Oh, I give up, man. I should use my stylus. Maybe that'll work better. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, I'm not so much speaking to debate the motion, but just to emphasize how important it is that we get our executive person on board for this. We really need that position to be filled. I would like to have seen that filled well before we were doing any kind of RFP that would augment that. But I think any consultant we hire is also going to be beneficial to the board as well, and just as an independent consultant too. So I'm supportive of going forward, but I really hope we can get that position filled ideally before we complete the RFP process.
Okay, Mr. Rublikava.
Thank you. I too wanted to speak that I think we should get both positions, and that's what I was going to it's been said already, so with that understanding, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, I also want to concur with my colleagues as well, and I'm very supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a quick statement on behalf of the Treasurer. Treasurer Mom believes that diversity is a strategic advantage, and when we incorporate a wide range of perspectives and ideas, that leads to better decision-making, stronger risk management, innovation, and ultimately better outcomes. Treasurer Ma fully supports diversity in the investment industry, and she remains confident that we will continue to make meaningful progress on this strategic priority, and she supports the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palkey.
I'm still torn. And I'm torn because of the risk that it proposes to the system. Not to say that there is no risk proposed to the system, but if there's a risk that I can help not support or stop, then I feel it's my fiduciary right or duty to make sure that we minimize that risk. And I'm going to abstain my vote on this one.
Okay, with that.
I think Dr. Willis has a comment.
Okay, thank you. I can't see her at all. Oh, there she is, way down there over there. Sorry, Gail. I keep looking over. Oh, I can see you over there, but you're so tiny. Go ahead,
I can't
Gail.
see you all at all, though. But
They put you down here, and it's just a little square, and it's on the floor. Sorry.
no, that's okay. I just wanted to say that I am strongly supporting the motion. I think it's very important to continue implementing our vision for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, along with closing the gap as well to inclusion and equity. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Okay, with that, I think we will take the vote, and that has to be a voice vote.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
Orena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palkey.
Abstain.
Ramon Rubacava.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Aye.
Melissa Willette.
Yes.
Dr.
All right.
Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We will be moving forward with the RFP. I think we're done with the subcommittee anyway. Those 6 will be coming. No, we still have to go to the
It
subcommittee.
has to be reopened.
Oh,
There are likely other firms at this point who would want to bid on it, considering the
we're
change in the
reopening
environment.
the whole thing? I thought we were only going to that 6.
No, the whole RFP is being reissued.
Okay.
And we invited the 6 to participate once again.
Okay. All right, so whenever that happens, and then also whenever the hiring of the person happens, please keep the board notified, and the whole board will get the new RFP language, correct? Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yes, you can't really record a head
I
nod.
know you can't. Sorry about that. Anything else? With that, I'm going to adjourn the open session and see everybody next month. Thank you very much.
Bye.